Hi, Sarah. This is Mark Fenton and Ron Darnell. We were just testing to make sure our audio is working okay.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yes, it sure is.
Okay, good. Thank
Is that loud
you.
enough for you guys?
Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Of course.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Wayne?
I'm good, Commissioner. How are you?
I'm good. Having a little difficulty getting logged in this morning, but
Are you?
at least I think I'm in now.
You're coming through loud and clear so far.
Okay, good deal. That's kind of what I wanted to make sure. Thank you. We'll talk later.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. How's it going?
Going okay. Who am I speaking to?
Mark Fenton and Ron Darnell.
Oh, okay. I guess we're the only ones that matter, right?
I'm not taking that one.
Oh, okay. I was trying to suck you in, but you're too smart.
I think Mr. Bird's on somewhere.
Yeah, I'm here if you can hear me. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good to hear your voice. It's been a couple weeks.
Yeah. How you been?
Just too busy. I've been doing a lot of work with the SPS hearings, you should know. So.
Yep.
But anyway, you know how it is for commissioners.
Right.
You know, another utility, another problem. Right, Mark?
Very true.
See how long he took to answer that? He's being very thoughtful this morning.
No, I'm just not very fast at getting him off mute.
Oh, okay.
That's because he was going to say something and realized who was sitting next to him.
Uh-oh.
You
Good
can't
morning,
see me, but
everyone.
I'm stirring the pot.
You're always stirring the pot.
Yeah, somebody's got to.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Aguilar?
yes, yes, good morning. I'm here for the meeting, so just so you
Okay,
know.
terrific. And Michael, are you here?
I am.
Okay, and I saw Joe's there. So what I'd like to do is get the meeting off the ground. And Michael, would you please check to see who's here?
I will call the roll. Commissioner Byrd,
Present.
Commissioner Maestas,
I'm here.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Here,
Commissioner Hall,
Here.
and Commissioner Fishman apparently is here.
Almost here, yeah.
Commissioners,
Yeah, he's missing his hair.
there is a quorum present. The commission's meeting is may proceed.
So Commissioner Byrd, au contraire, I actually have more hair than usual. I'm late on my haircut.
That's singular in this case.
Yeah, exactly. Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Byrd, I miss your upbeat voice, so I'm going to have you say the pledge.
All right, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Thank you.
Thank you. Consideration and approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner
I'd
Mays.
like to propose an amendment that that the first item under regular action items, which is 10B6, in the matter of Public Service Company's New Mexico application for approval of two purchase power agreements, that precede the closed session and that include just a verbal presentation of both optional orders prior to the closed session.
Okay. Any objections? You moved, I'll second.
Okay, I move for the amendment.
Okay. And I will second. Mike, would you take the roll?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, so I'll move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Mike, please call the roll.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
The agenda as amended is approved by a vote of 5-0.
And just to be clear, Mr. Chairman, in that presentation of the alternate orders, that there be no discussion, that we forego discussion until the closed session. I just like, for the record, the presentation on both orders by Judy.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And quite frankly, even if there was open discussion, I trust you to keep it right in the proper bounds. So no hesitation with your proposal there. Thank you.
Yeah, but he didn't trust me.
No, I don't. You're absolutely right. Okay. On to introduction of special guests. Sarah, do we have any guests or comment?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we do not have special guests or comments. So the next item would be the presentation from Mark Fenton and Ron Darnell.
Okay, thank you. Mark and Ron, thank you for being here and for keeping us up to date.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mike Smith wanted to maybe explain some parameters around our discussion regarding this presentation. So Mike, if you would just tell us what we can and cannot do.
Sure. So thanks. I was trying to figure out where I could interrupt Commissioner Fishman. So this, This presentation relates to compliance filings that have been filed in connection with case 2182, which is the second portion really of following case 19195, which are the selection of the replacement resources and approval of the contracts with the selected vendors and parties constructing those replacement resources. The reason that even though those cases have been closed, the nature of these compliance filings are such that I do anticipate that there may be further proceedings that relate to these compliance issues that may come before the commission. I spoke with Commissioner Maestas after I found out that he had asked PNM to make a presentation. And I thought, because this is not so much an enforcement issue as much as an informational filing that PNM has made, that it would be helpful or beneficial even to the parties in those cases to receive additional information related to those compliance filings. And so what I would request is that, and advise, is that the commissioners stay away from, I guess, the instinct of wanting to dig into, where blame may lie or things of those natures, to the extent that this, could be considered. There may be some issue about enforcement. I don't know that there is. I think these are circumstances that are outside, that have happened. But what I would ask is that the commission treat this as an informational opportunity to receive further information from PNM. And what I put in the procedural order that was issued in relation to this presentation is that the parties to those cases were provided notice that this presentation was being made, and that those parties could make a filing afterwards, responding to what PNM has presented and providing their own views on how the commission may want to proceed after this. So that's basically what I just wanted to explain.
Thank you, and that all makes sense, at least to me. Is the rest of the commission pretty much on board with
Mr.
this?
Chairman.
Yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think if you look at it from a different angle, PNM seems to be moving the agenda for us as commissioners, while it should be in the reverse order, which is PNM should have documented a report to the commission and then allow the commission to review that report. And at that time, then we would have placed it on the agenda, which is a more formal process. And fulfilling the replacement resources is a huge issue. America is moving on that agenda. New Mexico is moving on that agenda. And to hear about the shortcomings, it needs to be documented. I like to remind the commissioners that presentations is put on the agenda for good reasons. For projects that have been successful, presentations are for new officers for utility companies. Presentations are for a new introduction of a program. That's what presentation is as far as the commission is concerned. So I just wanted to put that on the table. I was surprised that this was put on the agenda as a presentation. So that will be my conclusion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and listening to you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, now that it is on the agenda and we are going to hear it, what I hear you saying is let's catch up with our documentation as a next step to this hearing. It's might be in reverse order, but let's catch up to it as quickly as possible. Is that your recommendation?
Yes, and I will not ask any questions. I will not make comments because we have already approved the agenda. We have invited P&M. They can make their report, but from here on, I'm just informing my fellow commissioners that we need to stand firm. We need to be strong. We will not allow the utility company to push the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, I will turn the floor over to PNM.
Morning, Chairman Fishman and Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Well, it's good to see you live on Zoom again this morning. As you know, I'm Mark Fenton. I'm the Executive Director of Regulatory Policy and Case Management at PNM. I'm joined today by my boss, Ron Darnell. He's our Senior Vice President of Public Policy. We also have Tom Falgren, our Vice President of Generation, with us. Tom joined us in case there are any questions or any technical details that Ron and I aren't able to answer. We wanted to make sure we had someone here that could answer all questions. As we spoke at the last open meeting, some commissioners were concerned about sharing information and making sure we're transparent with the commission. There was quite a discussion about that last time. So we wanted to make sure that we notified you, and we did so through the compliance notice, and about things that could significantly impact our customers. So that's what we're here for. On Thursday, July 22nd, we filed, as Mr. Smith mentioned, we filed a notice of anticipated delays of the second and third of 4 solar energy and battery storage projects to be used for replacement power at the closure of the San Juan generating station in 2022. I did contact each of the commissioners. I wanted to make you aware that compliance filing was out there. I also talked to Commissioner Fishman. I talked to Commissioner Maestas as well. And we discussed including Mr. Darnell and myself on the open meeting agenda today, so we could have an open dialogue with the commission on the resource challenges and next steps, and just let you know what's going on in our system. So,
Excuse me just a second, Mark. We've got some interference. Would everyone please put themselves on mute if you're not already there? Okay. Go ahead.
So today we wanted to talk about the delays we're experiencing, along with other market conditions that Ron will talk about, that have really escalated our concerns over the adequacy of our energy supplies for next year's 2022 summer season to reliably serve our customers. You know, 2022 is just around the corner. It's not, in the utility world, it's not very far away when you consider what has to be done to make sure you're meeting supply. So Ron's going to go through our resource situation and provide some thoughts on next steps and our thoughts at this stage, and we'll be open for questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ron.
All right, thanks, Mark, and good morning, commissioners. So to fully understand the challenges ahead of us, it's helpful to understand how the San Juan replacement projects approved in 2020 fit into the resources we use to meet customer needs. As a part of approving the San Juan situation, PNM was directed to negotiate power purchase agreements with third-party energy developers to build 650 megawatts of solar farms in San Juan, Rio Arriba, and McKinley counties, plus another 300 megawatts of battery energy storage. The contracts were negotiated and approved on an expedited basis, but this ultimately meant that developers committed to bring the projects online in no more than 19 months. Okay? These projects are facing 2 primary challenges. The first challenge stems from the shortened timelines the developers are on, because construction doesn't start on a project until the regulatory process is completed. Because the timelines had no margin for error, they need each project assumption to work out perfectly. Whether it's right-of-way acquisitions, timely securing financing, or moving forward on interconnection requirements. The second challenge these developers have brought to our attention comes from pandemic-related equipment and supply chain delays, which are delaying construction phases. Now, PNM filed a notice on May 24th with the commission regarding the 100 megawatt Rockmont solar project power purchase agreement and 30 megawatt energy storage agreement. Because of the financial risk they faced from various delays in moving forward to construction, the Rockmont developer began stepping out of the process even before posting required financial security. Now, last week, we also notified you about a requested extension made by the San Juan solar project of 200 megawatts of solar and 100 megawatts of storage. Currently, it doesn't expect to meet its commercial operation date by the time the San Juan coal plant closes. The Arroyo project, which was to have 300 megawatts of solar and 150 megawatts of battery online, has notified us that they now anticipate only half of that, 150 megawatts of solar and 150 megawatts of battery by June 2022. However, the Arroyo project should ramp up to full production by no later than October of next year. So let me just stop right here for a second. And I know we threw a lot of numbers out, but maybe the best way to put this in context is simply to say this, that based on what we know today, we are going into the summer of 2022 with a 5% reserve margin. Now, we've been monitoring all of these events closely because our number one priority is to always have sufficient resources available to meet customer needs. Now, PNM, we believe the potential shortfall of reliable power for the 2022 summer peak season could total as much as 450 megawatts of solar and 130 megawatts of storage. Constraints on the battery operations, while some of the solar projects are not fully operational, will also reduce the expected energy dispatchability in this time frame as well. So to try and fill the gaps we've seen developing, PNM issued 2 RFPs. One was for potential long-term resources from up to 200 megawatts from any type of resource that could come online for the 2022 summer season as part of our long-term generation portfolio. And this would help fill the immediate short-term gap and provide a reliability cushion going forward. We also issued a second RFP seeking short-term market resources designed to reliably carry us through the 2022 peak season covering June through September, and even possibly 2023 for a short-term power purchase from any existing physical resources. The results from both RFPs, unfortunately, have not changed our outlook that we may have a resource shortfall for the 2022 summer peak season. There was not enough capacity offered in the 2022 RFP or the market 2022 RFP to cover the expected shortfall created by current developments. The single market response was for an expensive 25 megawatt financial option, meaning it's not backed up by a physical asset. I think that just reflects how tight the current markets are becoming in the West. This is a challenging situation, and we want to keep you informed as we move forward towards possible solutions. We would appreciate the opportunity to work with the Commission staff as we develop solutions that can meet PNM's near-term needs and keep the lights on for our 530,000 customers. Because of project and contract lead times, it is likely that any short-term solution to address the 2022 summer peak load will need an immediate review by the Commission for it to be in place by next summer. We are sensitive to the Commission's concern on expedited dockets, but we want to be upfront on this issue. I also want you to know that we are looking at short-term, temporary type of solutions that would not materially change the direction the Commission ordered related to San Juan replacement resources. We still plan for the selected resources to ultimately be in service. In the interim, we need to find temporary solutions that can provide for appropriate system reliability in 2022. By keeping you and your staff informed as we explore options, we are hopeful if we must make any expedited requests, they can move through the regulatory process as quickly and smoothly as possible. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak with you today. And Mr. Fenton, Mr. Falgren, and myself are open to any questions that you may have.
So commissioners, please, if you have questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure, Commissioner Maestas.
just for the purposes of, folks that are listening out there, a comment was made that there's only 5% reserve margin going into the 2022 summer. What is the desirable reserve margin, and how much more in the form of megawatts of additional power would be needed to have a comfortable reserve margin going into the summer of 2022?
This is Tom Falgren, if you would, and I think previous commission orders have centered around a 13% reserve margin. I think if you look at our 2020 IRP, we're advocating strongly, and as well as other folks like CalISO, ERCOT, others, that 13% is actually short, and we should be more like 18-20% reserve margin. So we're a 2,000 megawatt system. So a 5% is 100 megawatts. So again, to get to 13%, that's 150 megawatts of capacity of actual firm capacity, if you would. More like to get to 18, you should be up to this should be up closer to 300 megawatts of capacity, of actual firm capacity that meets the electric load carrying capability, not just necessarily nameplate capacity. It's the firm capacity that serves reliable load, if you would. Sorry to be confusing there.
No, that helps. Thank you. And then I think I'm staying within the bounds that our general counsel established, but can you explain, obviously summer 2022 and having enough power for the purposes of reliability is a top concern, but the delays in the replacement power projects, can you explain what other implications it may have to the San Juan generating station closure timeline and abandonment? Because obviously this will have a domino effect, and I think people are maybe just want to know, just as a matter of fact, what other implications will the delay in the replacement power projects have in San Juan generating station abandonment / closure and securitization?
I think we'll watch cautiously, because I think we want to make sure that we're looking at all options. And we're careful about discussing any particular option in detail, because that may or may not have implications for future negotiations and for future impacts on P&M customer cost. That being said, as I would say, if we were to speculate an extension of the San Juan plant beyond its current scheduled closure in June of 2022, that has, I would say, in my opinion, significant contractual issues, as well as obviously it would require some significant regulatory proceedings to reverse on the closure by June 30th of 2022. So not that we would take any option off the table, but I do see that with some significant complications.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall?
Actually, Commissioner Maestas's first question was handled one of my questions. The most recent answer covered part of it, but I guess, so I understand that that PNM has issued an RFP to acquire 200 megawatts. And I wondered what was the time frame for that procurement to proceed, if we could learn that much, just to understand how quickly you might be able to get another resource up and running, and for what length of time would you be procuring these temporary replacement resources?
Right, good. This is Tom again. If I could, so as Ron explained, we had a 2022 RFP for longer term resources. So that would have been a 20-year type of resource, if you would. To be direct, we only got 3 proposals back from that. And all 3 were very problematic and extremely expensive. And for a long-term contract, those are very problematic. So we don't see the option to move forward with any of the long-term resources in the 3 options. And we certainly will share those with the staff as we get further into it, what those looks like. But that looks like some fairly, we don't see a reasonable path forward in both the regulatory and the contractual world for any of those 3 resources. And again, there are only 3. On the short-term RFP, we went out to the market, as Ron explained, for just the summer of 2022. So any and all resources that would meet just the summer, so that was June 1st through September 30th of 2022. Any and all, offer us any and all options. We received 1 bid back, and that was a very, very expensive resource. And as Ron explained, it was a financial resource rather than a physical resource. We were actually looking for a physical resource, and if I explain that a little bit more, most of the energy market trading is what we would call a financial resource. And my analogy to that is it's like a futures market. So somebody's promised that in June 1st, they would go out and buy a physical resource and supply it to us, but they don't have that physical resource available to them today. So it is a bit of a speculative market every time that you go out to the market, because 95% of market trading is financial resources. So again, we only got 1 bid back. That was for a financial resource, and that was only for 25 megawatts. And it was an extremely high price.
Okay. So what are your options?
Yeah, I think, and I don't want to be coy, I think we have a number of short-term things we can still look at. I think, there's a desire always to go through an RFP process. As I think we've communicated previously, the RFP process might not be the only viable thing to serve our customers. So we're trying to look at maybe potential bilateral agreements that we can bring forward, maybe some other short-term resources that are available, that would be able to be brought online for just the summer and then taken back offline again after the summer. So I think, rather than try to get too detailed in any of the specifics, I think, again, to reserve our ability to negotiate the best deal for our PNM customers, we might defer the details of that to either an executive session or to a future filing or a future discussion once we've been able to negotiate what those may be. So I'm not trying to be coy.
No, I understand.
I want to make sure I preserve all the opportunity to negotiate in the best interest of our customers.
Okay, so I think I hear you saying, I don't know, bring online a mothballed facility, and I didn't hear you say whose, yours or someone else's, something like that. Or what was the first one you mentioned again? Something in the a bilateral trade, a bilateral agreement of some sort.
So it'd just be an agreement for resources that's not part of an RFP process.
Correct. And you would be looking for something like that to extend through September 30th or thereabouts?
Yeah, typically that's when a peak of events would occur anytime between June 1st and September 30th, so a 4-month period.
Okay, and so I think and you did say you felt you had a reserve margin of around 5%. I assume you generally stay on top of what your reserve is. Is that a recent development that it was just 5%, or has it been that way for some time, or just curious?
No, I reserve margin. Today, I reserve margin, and again, it floats around 13%, but generally it's been around 13%. And again, we would advocate in light of the extreme weather conditions we've seen in our neighbors, and again, following the lead of some of the ISOs that are out there, is we should look at expanding that 13 up to at least 18, I think is our recommendations.
I don't disagree.
Commissioner Hall,
Yeah.
we didn't say we were at 5% today.
I
It's
see.
projected, if we don't solve this challenge, that we would be at 5% next summer.
I understand. I see that now. Thank you for that. And, Mr. Falgren, at the beginning of your response to me, when I was asking about the 200 megawatts, I thought that applied to your what you were trying to acquire temporarily this summer. Were you responding with respect to and although I did say RFP, so you were responding to the 200 megawatts. I read an article in the paper about you guys were doing an RFP for 200 megawatts, and you say that was for 20 years. So that's that's different than the crisis if that's the word, issue we're dealing with in terms of this actual, I guess you could call it a summer readiness issue, correct? Or not?
That 200 megawatts was associated with the 2022 basically emergency RFP that we issued. Yes.
Okay.
So it is the same. So we've issued a number of RFPs, if you would. One was for this 2022, I'll call it emergency RFP. We got 3 bids back. None of them are very viable. We issued another RFP that were for short-term market resources, which again, we got the one resource for 25 megawatts. We also issued another RFP for 2023 that was for economic development. And again, we're sorting through that RFP as we speak now.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the information. And, I look forward to be updated again, as you know, more. I actually do think that this is an appropriate thing for presentations, because it's an opportunity for us to get updated in situations that are, rapidly emerging, and we need to be brought up to speed. And so I'm very grateful. Thank you very much.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I know you said you weren't going to speak, but do you have any questions based on what you've heard?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the time. We're going to be making a decision on the resource replacement for San Juan Generating Station. So when you're going to make a decision, when the time comes to make a decision, we got to reserve the communications and put it on record. So that is my point on that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Byrd?
No comment.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question is, we've been going through, this summer, we've had a unit of San Juan, which I understand, and correct me, I understand it to be 200 megawatts, is that correct? That's been sidelined because of the cooling tower?
The unit one, San Juan Unit One is a total megawatts of 340 megawatts, of which Tucson and PNM share 50% capacity. So that's 150% capacity for PNM. And if I'm able to, I can report that unit is actually back online as of last weekend.
Okay. So first of all, compliment you guys. That's, pretty significant hit to your portfolio. You kept the lights on. Thank you. So my question is, did you learn anything from this event during the middle of summer, where we're short, that we can apply to next summer just in terms of operations?
We are learning every day. How's that?
Anything you want to tell us? How's that?
Well, I mean, we're an open book. I think the continued lessons is really the market availability. You'll see that in spades in the Cal ISO event. You see that in spades in the Texas event. You look across the Western region. There used to be some excess capacity in the Western region. That is all gone. So again, I think what we would learn and continue to learn is that leaning on the market is a risky proposition, and that if you're going to do it, it's not only risky but expensive. So,
in terms of the supply chain interruptions, COVID seems to never go away, and what's your assessment of these supply chain interruptions? I mean, I've been reading a lot in the press about them, and I wasn't terrifically surprised that you guys came back with this, given all the news that we've heard. Do you see this potentially extending longer? And if so, what are your thoughts? Could this extend out 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, and particularly in the renewable world, we're a world economy, right? Majority, and unfortunately, the majority of the solar panels are not manufactured in the United States. Majority of them are manufactured in Asia, if you would. Predominantly, Korea kind of region, if you would. And so what you have to not look only is, what's the Delta virus doing for the United States, but what's also the Delta virus doing for essentially third world countries, which maybe not have as much vaccination capability as the United States has had, or have the same constraints as we had. So what we've seen is some major manufacturers have shut down their factories now for, I believe, a month. And so then you just see the backlog of that and the cascade of that, not only, and I'll give a little pitch for the developers. We've got firm contracts and they have to hold to those prices. But the contractors not only have seen time delays, but the contractors have also seen significant price increases for those panels. And so the contractors themselves are taking a bit of a haircut on all of these projects, just still trying to deliver them. So I do see that we're going to continue to see complications, I guess, at least for the next year, which just, I think for us speaks to the fact that, and I appreciate what Ron said is, that we don't like expedited filings, but, we've got to take a close look at the timelines on these and trying not to push everything to the last minute on getting approval. So we give the developers a bit of margin to try to accomplish what we need them to accomplish.
I'm going to slip in one more question and then go to Commissioner Maestas. Are you aware of the manufacturers putting together some plans that can get them back into operation more quickly? So for instance, do they have some expedited ways to get a hold of vaccines for their employees, and what other kinds of measures, and what do we know about it?
Yeah, what we know, and again, we're a little bit of an arm's length away, but what we do know is, again, just like in the United States, their factory quarantined and they shut the whole factory down for 14 days. And then just to reset, they tried to reset. They had some complications, so they had to reset again. I know that they're doing everything they can. Obviously, those have potential force majeure events, not only for us, but potentially for the developers. So all of the suppliers have an obligation to cure those as expeditiously as they can. So they have a contractual obligation to cure those delays. And they are attempting to do all they can. But again, in a third world country, the excess of vaccinations is not, just to be honest, it's not as available in the United States. So mostly their activities have basically been to sit everybody down for 14 days, try to clear the deck and come back.
Okay. Commissioner Mastis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, I do appreciate you guys coming forward to make this presentation, but as we were talking about the purchase power agreement contracts, I can't help but think about the prices that were originally secured, which were, great prices. And I'm wondering if the developers invoke a force majeure, does this reopen the prices for renegotiation? I realize that the schedule delay is going to stay within calendar year 2022, which would assure them of securing appropriate, federal and maybe state solar development tax credits. But is there a fear that this could reopen negotiations on the actual prices in these purchase power agreements?
Well, I'm sure every one of those developers is listening to us right now, so I'm sure I'll get a phone call this afternoon. I think the contracts are fairly secure, that there's no price changes. What you get to in the end is really a default condition. And that's really their only exit from the contract or an opportunity to renegotiate. And then at that time, if they default, we have the opportunity to either say, no, that's unacceptable, we're going to try a different option. So I would say that at this time, I don't see any significant risk for the prices changing, unless we continue to see an extended default type condition.
Last question, Mr. Chair. Are you all maybe considering revisiting the binding nature of the contract on these developers? Because as I mentioned previously, so much is dependent on replacement power, coal plant closure, securitization. Is there maybe a need to strengthen the commitment, the contractual commitment by developers in these purchase power agreements, particularly replacement power projects?
Yeah, that's a great question. So again, there's always a trade-off between utility-owned resources and power purchase agreements. There's power purchase agreements generally can come with a very favorable price. They obviously come with risk. I think we've tried to identify those in past and current cases. So we'll defer that type of discussion. The facts of the matter is, when you look at renewable developers, every single project is a limited liability corporation, right? So it is a shell organization. Every project is a shell organization. So they obviously have a financial strength behind them, some banker or something that's putting up some equity. But again, they are not a Fortune 500 company. We actually signed a contract. We signed it with a limited liability corporation. Now, what you have to look at is, and we've also in the past, we have, previously we required them to have an interconnection agreement already signed. We required them to have the land secured. We required them to have major equipment procured. That's been met with very unfavorable response from both the commission and stakeholders. Say
that again, Tom. What did you say? It's been met with unfavorable or favorable?
Yeah,
What is it?
that's been met with very unfavorable response from the commission and from stakeholders, seeming that we're limiting the scope of the developers. And so again, in the case of these, many of the people that we're doing business with have not finalized the interconnection agreements. Many of them have not secured their financing. Many of them have not secured their major resources. Many of them have not secured the land. So that's the risk we get when we continue to go with, solely a PPA option. So that's just a thing for us to consider as we move forward. When you go to the actual terms of the agreement, things like liquidated damages, things like default conditions, I would say that we are slightly better than the market and favorable for our customers in those regards. And then developers simply won't extend maybe further liquidated damages or other provisions that help protect our customers. I think we've done better than the market for protecting our customers for those type of conditions. And then simply the developers will not enter into agreements for anything that's more detrimental for them in those natures. So bit of dissertation there, but hopefully I answered your question, sir.
You did. Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
One last, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, sorry, I had a couple of questions pop up. One is, Mr. Fogren, it sounded when you were talking about your supplier, it sounded like you were talking about one. Are there numerous suppliers? Well, I guess what you're talking, I guess the issue is the suppliers for the PPAs largely, but for the RFPs the short-term RFPs that you were going out for do relate to suppliers directly to you. Were you engaged in conversations with just one, or can you find alternative suppliers for resources?
Yes, I think we are looking at any and all options. Currently, I would say that there are several, I'll quantify as several potential opportunities. If that answers your question.
I think it does.
We're not locked into maybe a potential single person or a single supplier to meet the short-term needs. I think we're looking at a number of potential opportunities, and we continue to beat the bushes, so to say, for all other opportunities as well. So I think we will have options, but again, we've got to get a little bit further down the road on each of those. I'm not sure if that answered your question or not.
No, that's fine. I mean, it's certainly a fluid situation, it sounds like. And I guess the other thing that's in my mind is, do you anticipate, it's hard to say what you could anticipate, but, with a 5% margin today, for example, or if that extends further, just wondering if there will be a need, and I understand there probably may be, but I wonder what your thoughts were on, brownouts or blackouts or, planned outages, I guess I should say, as applied to consumers.
Right. I mean, obviously, 5% takes you very close. You're 100 megawatts. You're 100 megawatts away from not having resource adequacy. So obviously, it's very concerning for us. And again, I think that speaks to the reason where, for a smaller system as we are, and we are a small system compared to the majority of the utilities in the nation, and the extreme nature of the weather events that we're seeing, volatility of renewable resources, that's why we would advocate that, even 13% is probably not where we would like to see from a liability standpoint, that we really need to take a good consideration of what that looks like. So yes, am I concerned? Yes. Do I lose sleep over it? Yes. Will we solve it? Yes, I'm convinced that together we'll solve it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
And one final question from me. We just talked about brownouts, and I'm just wondering on the demand side of the equation,
Yeah.
should we be putting, are there other curtailment options apart from brownouts, programs, whatever, that we should be developing our ideas or looking where we might have opportunities, and perhaps have a plan on that? And I guess as a commissioner, if it's shaping up that that we can't get the supply there, do we have some kind of plan about how that will happen that the commission understands? And what are your thoughts on that, guys?
Yeah, I can address that if you want. Again, you know, part of the San Juan replacement resource was to try to secure 40 megawatts demand response. We attempted to do that. We were able to get an agreement about 15 megawatts. That was very expensive. Ultimately, the commission decided that probably wasn't the best interest of customers. I think the dilemma you see in New Mexico is we do not have a tremendous amount of industrial customers where demand response is probably more suited for. So we'll have to, so demand response, you have to pursue something such, you know, as retail customers. And really to pursue something around retail customers, you really need to install the control mechanisms at the residential houses, somewhat like AMI, if you would. So again, if we want to pursue further in demand response, we probably need to pursue, you know, advanced metering capabilities to enhance that, to make sure we make full use of it.
When I ask that question, I'm also thinking in terms of, let's say it does become brownouts. I think it'd be helpful if, and it doesn't, we don't have to see a hugely detailed thing, but maybe a page or two description of, if we got to that, how would brownouts occur? Which customers would be affected? In what order? Why? Just the kind of stuff that, if the public needs to be alerted, they kind of have some sense ahead of time about how that may work. And you know, you don't want to dwell on doomsday scenarios, but you guys are caught betwixt in between. If you don't communicate something, then you're gonna, you know, get lambasted on the back end. So I think as much as we can get some visibility into how that might work, I think it would be beneficial to everybody.
Naturally, we have very detailed procedures of how that would work. We actually practice those type of scenarios. And obviously, just to assure you is, you know, if we were to do curtailments, those are prioritized, obviously. So key facilities like hospitals, you know, police stations and stuff are categorized, you know, as an extreme last resort, if you would. And then again, the rotating nature of them. So we try to last not more than an hour at each facility, but we have very detailed procedures we obviously could share.
Yeah, I kind of figured. So, you know, if you could pass along to the commission some kind of summary of those, you know, those plans and those procedures, I think that might be helpful. And certainly, you know, I know how tough a communications issue it is for you guys, but if you prepare the field ahead of time, it tends to be a lot more receptive to your messages when the actual event occurs. So, you know, we might want to be thinking about that.
Absolutely.
We agree.
And I just want to say, I do appreciate you dwelling on doomsday because I think that's prudent at this point.
Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, thank you, PNM. We appreciate your coming out and informing us.
Absolutely. We appreciate the opportunity and the questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we're considering consideration of prior meeting minutes. Do I have a
Mr. Chairman,
motion?
I'll make a motion, or if there's a motion there, I'll second it.
Likewise.
Teresa, it's your motion and Commissioner Hall just seconded.
Yeah.
Mike, would you take the roll?
Commissioner Maestas,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Enthusiastic approval.
By a vote of 5-0, the prior meeting minutes are approved.
And on to the consent agenda. Michael, would you please read out what we've got?
Well, let me, Mr. Chair, start with a
Make a
motion to
motion.
approve the consent agenda.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry.
And I'll second it.
We've got a Commissioner Maestas motion, Commissioner Hall second.
And Commissioners, I will read the agenda items. The consent action items, the transportation matters are case 17-00158 TREN in the matter of an order to show cause why Mora County DBA Mora County Ambulance Service should not be found to have violated the Motor Carrier Act, NMSA 1978, Section 65-2A-7D, and Transportation Division Rules 18.3.14.8, 18.3.1.8, and 18.3.19 NMAC. That's a potential order regarding staff's request to close the docket. Case 21-00167 TRM in the matter of the application of Bighorn Sports and Rentals LLC, DBA New Mexico Adventure Company for a certificate to provide tour and sightseeing service. This is a potential order regarding application for certificate. Utility matters are cases 18-00103 UT in the matter of the application, of the filing of applications for broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per section 17, or I should say rule 17.11.10.31 NMAC. That's a potential order regarding Windstream's request for final disbursement on Cuba project. Case 20-00099 UT in the matter of the applications for 2021 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per rule 17.11.10.31 NMAC. This is a potential order regarding CenturyLink's request for disbursement of first 1/3 of project awards and a potential order regarding Baca Valley Telephone Company Inc.'s request for initial disbursement for Anderson project. And finally, case 21-00114 UT in the matter of El Paso Electric Company's application for approval of its 2022 through 2024 energy efficiency and load management plan, utility incentive, and revised rate number 17, efficient use of energy recovery factor. This is a potential order appointing hearing examiner. I'll take the roll. Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioners, the consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, on to regular action items. And item 20, docket number 21, 31-UT, matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's application for approval of 2 purchase power agreements and an energy storage agreement pursuant to 179551 NMAC and an addendum to the special service contract with Greater Kutu and amended rider number 49. Potential order. And Judy, we had a request from Commissioner Maestas to read the 2 orders that we're considering. And would you please take it away?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This matter comes before you today upon the application of PNM for approval of an amended special services contract with Greater Kudu LLC and approval of 2 purchase power agreements pursuant to 17.9551 and approval of a revised rider number 49 and advice notice 574. It was filed on February 8th, 2021. This matter also comes before you today on PNM's motion for rehearing, which was filed on July 6th. The commission granted it on July 14th. The commission set a hearing for last Friday on June 23rd. But prior to the hearing, Greater Kudu filed a notice of unavailability of its witness and filed a motion to quash the subpoena. Subsequently, the commission canceled the June 23 hearing. And because of, in part, because of the unavailability of the Greater Kudu witness, the presiding officer granted the motion to quash the subpoena only to the extent that it would permit the Greater Kudu witness to not appear at the June 23rd hearing, but there would still be an outstanding subpoena if the commission decided to reschedule a public hearing. The issue now before you is twofold: whether to reschedule the public hearing so that the Greater Kudu witness could be present, and they filed a notice of availability of the witness for August 2, 3, and 4. As you recall, PNM requested in their motion for rehearing that the commission do one of 2 things: either approve the application as filed or grant the rehearing. At the time on July 14th, the commission granted the rehearing. In addition, PNM proposed a 3rd option to the 2 outstanding options, which were to approve the application as filed or to do what staff recommended, which was to just approve the PPAs. The 3rd option that PNM recommended was approval of the application as filed, but require a rate case showing in the future to demonstrate which rate-making treatment is more beneficial to PNM's other ratepayers. That 3rd option would include recovering the cost of the ESA as proposed in the application, or recovering the cost of the ESA through PNM's base rates. I mean, that is what would be determined in the rate case in the future. PNM stated that 3rd option is not its preferred option, but it's acceptable. The 2 proposed orders are similar in that they both decide to reverse the July 14th order granting the rehearing, and both decide not to schedule a hearing to further question PNM and Greater Kudu regarding the application or the 3rd option. And the 2 orders are similar in that they both reject the addendum to the special services contract. But the 2 orders have different decretal paragraphs. Commissioner Fishman proposes in his proposed order to disapprove the application in its entirety without prejudice, and orders PNM to reapply in accordance with the order as soon as PNM is able. The reason for this order is that according to PNM, the application is a package deal, and PNM needs all the requested approvals approved by the commission in order to proceed with the PPAs and the ESA. Therefore, even though this proposed order finds that the two PPAs may meet the statutory and regulatory standards to be approved separately, the commission finds it's most efficient to move the project forward to disapprove the application as a whole, since the commission is unable to approve the addendum. In so disapproving the application as a whole, the commission encourages PNM as soon as possible to file a second application that addresses the following, which are the same questions that were originally proposed PNM address in the order for continuance. Commission would like PNM to add to its application a demonstration of the 50 megawatts of storage above and beyond customers' needs will be utilized by all the PNM system customers in a loads and resources table showing excess capacity and reserves. A new application should state when PNM would file its next rate case. A new application would demonstrate that PNM will not shift the costs of the PPAs and ESA to non-Facebook customers. A new application would demonstrate why the project was not handled like Facebook's previous PPAs. And the new application would rewrite the proposed addendum in a clear and concise manner using layman's terms so that the commission can understand its implications upon fair, just, and reasonable rates. So I think that pretty much summarizes what Commissioner Fishman's order proposes. Commissioner Maestas' order, again, is similar in the sense that there would be no new hearing scheduled. But Commissioner Maestas' proposed order would state that the Encino North and Sky Ranch PPAs both are approved, but the Sky Ranch ESA is only approved to the extent of 50 megawatts capacity. And similar to Commissioner Fishman's order, it would also disapprove the addendum. Now, the reason is that proposed Commissioner Maestas' proposed order concurs with Utility Division Director Mr. Reynolds' questions about why PNM asserts that this is an urgent request for the commission to approve the entire 100 megawatt energy storage agreement, because it's not set to begin operating until about 2 years. And PNM admitted that only 50 megawatts is needed to serve Facebook's expanded load projected need for energy storage, and is only needed for the customer's planned expansion. Nevertheless, the Commissioner Maestas' proposed order finds that it is in the public interest to approve the Sky Ranch ESA and the other two PPAs, but only approve the Sky Ranch ESA in an amount of 50 megawatts that are needed to support the customer's needs. The proposed order finds there's enough time for the commission to determine in another proceeding whether the additional 50 megawatts of energy storage capacity above the customer's needs is necessary for PNM's system functionality to support its other non-Facebook customers. In addition, Commissioner Maestas' proposed order finds that it needs additional time to determine whether the addendum provides an appropriate framework for the development and rate-making treatment associated with the customer's selected energy storage resources. And as support for this proposed order, I referred the commission to Mr. John Reynolds' supplemental testimony dated June 9th, 2021, where he answered the question, would commission denial of PNM's request for the Sky Ranch ESA in this case cause a delay of the expansion of the Facebook data center? Mr. Reynolds answered, as has been stated in the application and supporting testimonies, as well as in my earlier direct testimony, the proposed Sky Ranch ESA would begin operations significantly ahead of the additional energy needs of the expanded data center. It is also twice the amount of the storage capacity that PNM told its rate 36 customer, meaning Facebook, was needed to support its additional projected energy needs. Furthermore, the Sky Ranch ESA is an available project on the shelf for which PNM could seek approval in short order. Under the circumstances, there appears to be enough time for PNM to address its projected capacity needs going forward in a separate case. And I stand for questions, or we can go into executive session, whatever the commission chooses at this point.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Maestas.
and I promised we would not discuss it, but I think maybe if Judy can address the differences in the procedural timeline, because I think we're all aware of the pressing nature and the importance of this project, as the applicant has made clear to us. So Judy, if you could maybe explain which order would provide more of an expedited timeline to get this project started and online?
Well, that's an interesting question, because both orders just reject the addendum. And as PNM stated in numerous places during the transcript, Stella Chan's testimony and Mr. Falgren's testimony at the hearing, they both stated, and I have citations to it, that this is a package, and if you look at the agreements, all the requested approvals include approval of everything, the two PPAs, the ESA, and the addendum. So since both orders disapprove the addendum, I don't have a crystal ball to know what PNM and Facebook would do in that case, and therefore they may end up in the same or similar timeline. All of the agreements allow the Facebook and PNM to, if they don't get all of the requested approvals, meaning all four of what the items they requested, allow them to renegotiate. So in either event, that might be where the two parties end up. So I don't really know which one would actually expedite the project.
Mr. Chair, just one more follow-up. So Judy, right now the regulatory end date on this current application is September 30th. Obviously, the parties have the option of accepting a partial package, but under a complete denial without prejudice, what does that do to the clock, the regulatory clock? Does it restart it and add 6 months to this case? Can you address that?
The agreements are what they are, and unless they're renegotiated, which the agreements have those type of provisions in there that allow the parties to accept, for instance, Commissioner Maestas's order, which is approval with conditions. So theoretically, the parties could immediately accept it, and that would be a quick resolution. But if the parties didn't immediately accept it, then the agreements still stand with the September 30th date. That being said, that can be renegotiated. So I hope that answers your question.
But with a denial without prejudice, does that restart the clock?
It doesn't, not unless the agreements are changed. Assuming the agreements stay the same, it would still have the September 30th date. That being said, if they refiled quickly and made all the suggestions that the commission in Commissioner Fishman's order stated, theoretically it could get approved before that date as well. So as I said, I don't know what will happen in either event. There's a variety of ways it could work out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I had. Thank you, Judy.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Hall.
so I take it from what Judy just said that whichever way we go, there are options to get the case back before us, depending on the rapidity of the company's response.
I would agree with that statement, Commissioner Hall.
Okay. Thanks.
I'll just make a quick comment is that I think pretty much all of us are on board with the idea that we want to move this forward as quickly as possible. Once we work out these areas where we're not clear, we have some misunderstandings. There's certainly some differences between all of us and maybe exactly how that'll happen. But does anyone disagree with that proposition that I'm throwing out there? And I just want the public to understand this, what our intent is going forward here.
Well, what's your proposition?
No, all I'm saying is that we do want to try and resolve all the issues and move forward. Once we resolve the issues, move forward quickly with what conceptually is a really good project. We just need to be sure we're comfortable that customers don't get, other customers don't get penalized as a result of it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I hear no disagreement there. So I just want the public to know that. And what I would suggest is we have that item of a closed session meeting where we might get into some other details that might be confidential, might be legal, and that we go into that closed session. And when we come out, we'll be very clear about what we discussed and why, and see if we can kind of take the areas where we've got some, I think for the most part, fairly minor disagreements, and see if we can iron them out and come back with an order to move forward with. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
And Mike, would you please take the roll?
And Mike, if you can just restate the motion consistent with the agenda.
Yes, my understanding is that the motion is a vote to go into closed session for deliberations by a public body pursuant to section 1015(1)(h)(3) of the New Mexico statutes. And I will take the roll. Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye. Aye.
Commissioners, the motion to go into closed session is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, and Isaac, are you on? Are you guiding
I
us?
am. So I'm going to transfer everyone into a breakout room now.
Thank you.
So we just stay on.
He's
Oh,
doing it
no, we
for us.
join. We join. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, this is Isaac. Just want to give everyone an update. The commissioners decided that they're going to take a break. They're going to break until 12:30. After the break, they're going to continue with the closed session. So they're not going to come back into the main session at 12:30. They're going to go back into closed session. But I just wanted to let everyone know that they definitely won't be back for 12:30. So until at least 12:30, so people can take a lunch break or whatever. Hey everyone, this is Isaac. Just want to give everyone an update.
Thanks, Isaac.
Thank you, Isaac.
Commissioner Maestas, did you see the invite to the closed session? Or looks like you got dropped again. Sarah, if Commissioner Maestas joins this main room again, would you let him know that I'm just keeping an eye out for him, and we'll assign him to the breakout room again, and he just will have to accept that and he can jump back over? Or it looks like he's back here.
Yep, it looks like he's there.
All right, Commissioner Maestas, I just assigned you to the breakout room. You should have an option to join it now. You might be having some connectivity issues.
How did I get muted? I think everybody's back. So we're coming back from our closed session, and we'd like to restart the open meeting. Mike, tell me what to do. I always forget.
Commissioners, a motion and vote.
A motion to go back into open session, please.
Okay, Commissioner Bissette Aguilar moves.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Maestas. Mike, will you take the roll?
Commissioner Hall. May have started with the wrong one. Commissioner Byrd.
I'm here. I just couldn't unmute.
Commissioner Hall.
I'm present.
No, how do you vote on going out of closed session?
Oh, yeah. Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the commission votes to go out of closed session by a vote of 5-0. I will reiterate for the purpose of the Open Meeting Act that the only matters that were discussed in the closed session were deliberations on case 21-00031 UT.
Okay, and I will just reiterate for the public, we had a couple of orders that sort of took a different tack going forward, both with the same goals of moving this project forward. And we, in closed session, we came up with somewhat of a hybrid that left the right number of options open for all parties, we believe, and will enable us to enable parties to move forward quickly, but also to move forward in a way that we're sure we got it right. And rather than try and describe it any further than that, I'm thinking, Judy, that the best thing is for you to read the order.
Chairman? Sorry, Judy. I was just going to point out that at this point then, I would interpret we've moved on to the regular action items.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, actually, okay, I'll read it again. So we're moving on to 21 31 UT, the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's application for approval. We'd opened this before we went into closed session, just as a reminder.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot we changed the order.
Yeah. So I think we are on this item.
That's correct. That was my mistake. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So Judy?
Yes, I will go to the bottom line, which is the ordering paragraphs, and we can, if you would like me to discuss other paragraphs, I can, but the proposed order approves the Encino North and Sky Ranch PPAs. It approves the Sky Ranch ESA in an amount not to exceed 50 megawatts capacity to be used to support Capital C customers' projected need. It does not approve the addendum as currently drafted. It does not approve the first revised rider number 49 contained in advice notice number 574 as currently drafted. And it grants the variances from 17.1.210. And if you'd like me to discuss other paragraphs of the order, I can.
Let me see, was it paragraph 34?
Yes. Paragraph 34. It states that the commission acknowledges that the approvals granted or denied herein do not completely grant all of the applications requested actions as defined by section 17.3 of the PPAs. The commission further acknowledges that PNM and the customer may choose to reapply rather than proceed as proposed by this order. If so, P&M and the customer are encouraged to refile an amended application that addresses the following. Proof that the 50 megawatts of storage above and beyond customers' needs will be utilized by all of P&M system customers in a loads and resources table showing excess capacity and reserves. Demonstrate that P&M will not shift the costs of the PPAs and ESA to non-Facebook customers. Demonstrate why this project was not handled like Facebook's previous PPAs, and rewrite the proposed addendum in a clear, concise manner using layman's terms so that the commission can understand its implications upon fair, just, and reasonable rates for all of P&M's customers.
Okay, thank you. With that, is there any discussion from commissioners, either amongst ourselves or just a statement you want to make for clarification to people watching this show?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Commissioner Mastis.
Yeah, if Judy, can you just clarify paragraph 27 regarding the ESA?
Yes, paragraph 27, the commission finds there's enough time for the commission to determine in another proceeding whether the additional 50 megawatts of energy storage capacity above customers' needs is necessary for P&M system functionality to support other customers. P&M is encouraged, if it chooses, to file another application for approval of the additional 50 megawatts of energy storage capacity to support P&M system functionality to support its other customers.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
if could Judy please read also, there is a paragraph that refers to the commission feeling it needs more time to consider the addendum.
I'm not sure exactly.
I thought it was a little farther up, maybe paragraph 17 or something.
The commission finds that even after 6 months of commission staff and commission review, 1 full day of public hearings, several commissioner bench requests, and numerous P&M responses and testimony, the addendum as presented by P&M is so confusing that the commission cannot understand what the proposed addendum provides and how it ensures fair, just, and reasonable rates. The commission by statute is only authorized to approve the addendum if it can determine that the addendum results in fair, just, and reasonable rates for P&M's ratepayers. If the commission does not understand the addendum, it cannot approve it. The commission finds that P&M did not meet its burden of proof, which is always the applicant's burden, to prove it is entitled to all of P&M's requested approvals. Due to the confusing nature of the addendum, P&M has failed to meet its burden of persuasion that other P&M ratepayers will not be responsible to pay any revenue shortfall from all of the offsets or credits to capital C customers' bills. If the commission is unable at the present time to understand the transaction to the point where it could conclude that the addendum and request for approval of the entire 100 megawatt ESA meet the standard of no additional cost to non-Facebook customers in accordance with the special services contract, no net adverse impact. For this reason, the commission cannot approve the application as submitted, but it can approve the application in part as I set forth originally.
Mr. Chair, Judy, and we did add a brand new paragraph regarding P&M's third recommendation. Can you read paragraph 13?
Yes. The commission acknowledges the third recommendation that was proposed by P&M in its motion for hearing. It was considered. However, the commission and staff are concerned that deferring rate-making questions for a later rate case does carry some risks, and acknowledges staff's reference to case number 16-276 UT, and therefore finds that adopting the third recommendation would not be prudent at this time.
Other commissioners, any thoughts, comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, you might want to turn up your volume a bit.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
It's still faint, so I guess talk loud.
Okay, well, I just wanted to inform P&M that I think they have filed their application, and I think the commissioners talked about it extensively, and we're going to allow our general counsel's office to guide us what is the best avenue that we can take at this point in time. This was not, we could have gone a different route, but I think today there's a consensus amongst the commissioners, but all in all, I think this is looking out for P&M consumers. We need clear cost allocation for the last proposal, which we did not approve of. So that's just my take on it, Mr. Chairman. It was a thorough communication, and we're still looking forward to revisit this issue. Thank you.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Berg, did I see you there? I couldn't tell. Or was that Hall?
I just got on the video.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd move the order.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, only to say that I think that this proposed order is a clear indication that this commission recognizes the importance and urgency of this project, and we truly understand the economic development implications of it. And although it doesn't include the entire package, it includes the substantiated portion of the package and gives the applicants an opportunity to come back without any delay in proceeding forward with this project. So my hope is that the applicants will accept this order as a compromise in the interest of moving this important project forward. And so I'm very proud of, I think, the compromise that we came up with, and I think it's more than reasonable. And my hope is that the applicants will accept the order.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
So I'd like to sort of echo that. I feel we did as much as we have authority to do today. based on our understanding of the storage project. And I strongly encourage the company to pursue that further with us and file again so that we can have a better understanding of that resource, because I think it probably will become more important as time goes by, and possibly time will go by quickly this summer. So I feel this is as much as we could do, and I certainly hope they continue to engage with us on this particular project.
And I'll add one further comment, if I might, and that is that we're putting forward what we've approved. We hope to move forward with what we've approved here in this order. But we acknowledge that you in the past have said, hey, this has to be a package. So we've left the door open that you can refile if you do not choose to do this, and we can pursue that route. So we're doing all we can to keep your options open. We're hoping we can speed the way for you some if you're able to accept the order of what we've proposed and approved and move forward with that. So we're giving you options, and we look forward to making this thing work. So with that, any other comments? So with that, let's call the roll. Mike.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioners, the order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, on to item 7, 18-214 UT in the matter of an order to show cause as to why Rosa Joint Ventures, a New Mexico partnership, should not be found in violation of the Public Utility Act and Commission rules. Mr. Russell Fisk, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try to be quick because y'all have had a long day already. So I sent an order by email yesterday. There's some delay in this due to the fact that the expedited bench request that was issued last week with regard to the ongoing matters with the water system and wastewater system of Rosa Joint Venture. That bench request allowed responses on Monday from any other parties. So I had sent to the commission, all the commissioners, an email yesterday. I hope you got that with highlighted language that I'd added to the order from the order that I sent on Friday. Well, then this morning I also sent another version. I hope you had a chance at least to get it and have it in front of you, but I'll read the new language. It's not much new language. The reason I had to revise it even further was we received a response, an untimely response at the end of the day yesterday from Rosa Joint Venture, which I'll refer to as RJV, and Sambrito, the Sambrito Mutual Domestic Water Consumers Association, which are respectively the transferor and transferee under the transfer agreement for the water system that the commission approved on June 15th. So I'll just quickly give a summary of where we are and what this proposed order would do. As I noted in my email yesterday, I went ahead and drafted a proposed order that partially adopts the recommendations that were made by staff in their filing that was made on Friday in response to the bench request. Staff filed an affidavit of Tim Martinez, one of our water engineers, with a number of recommendations, 7 recommendations. And like I said in that email, there are some of these I've recommended accepting or rejecting based on legal reasons. Then that's my legal advice. But other issues, I think you can see clearly which ones those are. are policy issues for the commission that I've just, filled in recommendations based on my own experience with water cases. So this came back before the commission because we received emails from Heidi Lewis and John Dustin, customers of the water system, the water and wastewater system, indicating that there was unnecessary delay in closing on the transfer. This transfer agreement was approved by the commission, as I said, on June 15th, and it still hasn't closed. There, of course, with any kind of transfer, there are documents that need to be done to close after the agreement has been signed. But this doesn't seem like it doesn't seem as if this should take this long. Anyhow, so the bench request that was issued by the commission last week asked staff to give recommendations and allowed any other parties to the matter to provide their own recommendations on Friday or to provide a response on Monday. So in staff's recommendations, there were 7 of them. Let's see, were to, first of all, staff made an inquiry of both RJV and San Brito with regard to the issue on July 19th, with regard to the issues that the commission is looking at here, which are 1, why hasn't this transfer agreement been executed? And 2, what's going on with the condition of the water system? And Mr. Martinez points out that there have been service issues in the past with the system, that especially in the summertime, a lack of pressure, water pressure, and sometimes just an inability to serve because there's a lack of pressure in the wells. So this has been an ongoing issue. So Mr. Martinez asked that the commission order a response to that inquiry, because the only thing the parties did in response, RGV and San Brito said in response to that inquiry, was that they have been and continue to work together to fix these issues. They gave no specifics in response to staff's inquiry. Staff's second recommendation, so this order would adopt that recommendation, first of all. Staff's second recommendation was that the commission order both RJV and San Brito to provide a weekly update on the condition of the water service and on the progress of the transfer. This proposed order would adopt that recommendation as well. Staff's third recommendation is that RJV and San Brito explain what role each plays in the operation of the utility as of the date of the filing. So that'd be part of the weekly update. This order would adopt that recommendation too. And that's actually a typical way of proceeding in these cases, is that the mutual domestic, which has usually been recently set up to take over a water system, will begin after the transfer agreement is signed, but before the closing actually occurs, will begin to take responsibility for certain things. The public utility that was running it will hand over tasks, on a weekly basis, so that the mutual domestic takes on more and more each week. The fourth recommendation is that the fourth and fifth recommendations go to the specific allegations that were made by Heidi Lewis in her emails, some of which have to do with the condition of the water system and the status of the transfer, which are very much within the commission's jurisdiction. But a lot of them had to do with the internal workings or non-workings of San Brito itself, the mutual domestic. That is something over which the commission does not have any jurisdiction. The commission has no jurisdiction over mutual domestics. In these types of cases, the mutual domestic often appears as a party because they have an interest in making sure that the transfer take place and that the commission have as much information as it needs to approve the transfer. But the commission has no power to order the mutual domestic to do anything or to investigate the internal operations of the mutual domestic. So this order would reject the fourth and fifth recommendations to look into those things because a lot of them had to do with the internal operations of the mutual domestic. And to the extent that they didn't, to the extent that they did have to do with the issues that the commission is looking into, I think that the recommendations that of staff that are adopted here will cover basically looking into those issues, and we don't need to look into more specific allegations made by Ms. Lewis at this time. The sixth recommendation made by staff is that penalties and potential sanctions be issued to both RJV and San Brito should any weekly filing not be made timely. This recommendation would adopt that, so there wouldn't be any penalties that come as a result of this order as a direct result, but the order would put RJV on notice that that failure to meet the deadlines that are imposed in this order could be met with penalties. The commission has no power to impose penalties on a mutual domestic, so it can only be on RJV. Mr. Martinez notes in his affidavit that this docket has been open for nearly 3 years, in part because deadlines have not been met. So that's one of the main reasons why he recommends penalties, and this order has quite a bit of commentary by me on the fact that that's absolutely true. This case went on far too long to reach the transfer agreement. This order would note that in water transfer cases, water utility transfers, there are significant obstacles, real obstacles to overcome that take time, such as, setting up a mutual domestic and, getting the board of directors up to speed, as well as, working out anything that has to do with the transfer and the condition of this water system. Those are very real problems and they take time. There's no reason this should have taken 3 years. And I happen to know that, from speaking to Ashley and from the statements he made to the parties and during the course of this case, that he was really upset by the delays, the unnecessary delays and lack of progress for long periods of time by RJV and San Brito, even though it's clearly in both their interests to get this done as quickly as possible. It's in the interest of the ratepayers, the parties, and the public. I don't see why there's been so much delay. So that was already in the order that I sent yesterday. And then at the end of the day, yesterday, as I said, RJV and San Brito filed a joint response to the staff affidavit. This was untimely, and I'm just going to read the language of, it's paragraph 16, because you probably haven't seen it, I just sent it this morning. The filing of the joint response was untimely, as any such filing should have been made by noon on Monday, July 26, 2021, as per the BR. That's the bench request that was issued last week. In the joint response, counsel for RJV and San Brito state that, quote, due to the expedited nature of the subject order, neither undersigned counsel were aware of the filing deadline due yesterday regarding response to Mr. Martinez's affidavit. I'm going to skip down because the part of the commission findings that addresses that particular joint response, I put at the end of the commission findings at paragraph 23. So to address that specifically, it says, with regard to the joint response, the commission finds that there is no excuse for the late filing. It is baffling that counsel for RJV and San Brito state that they were unaware of the filing deadline, quote, due to the expedited nature of the subject order. Counsel were served by email according to the service list that has been used throughout this proceeding. This apparent lack of attention and lack of diligence by counsel for RJV and San Brito is clearly part of the problem that has led us to where we are today. In light of this, the commission would disregard the joint response to the extent that it recommended any course of action substantially at odds with the recommendations made by staff. As it happens, the joint response largely accepts staff's recommendations, and the commission notes this for the record. Where the joint response does depart from staff's recommendations, it indicates that RJV and San Brito are willing and able to meet the August 16, 2021 deadline for closing set in this order. However, the joint response would have the commission impose such a deadline excuse me, only to the extent that execution is within the party's control, noting that approvals from San Juan County and the Office of the State Engineer are pending. The San Juan County approval has to do with subdivision approval of a subdivision map, I believe. And the Office of the State Engineer, of course, has to do with water rights. then they say the commission notes this potential issue and makes a provision for it in this order. So as I said in my email, I had come up with the August 16th deadline myself, thinking it seems like a reasonable deadline. That's 60 days from the commission's approval of the stipulation. And that was before ever receiving the joint response. So it's nice to see that the parties themselves came up with August 15th. That's a Sunday, so it should be August 16th. That they think they can commit to that, to have their part of it ready. Any of the transfers that they need to do, and deeds and such things. But they are concerned about the approvals needed from San Juan County and the Office of the State Engineer. So this order would, I'm going to the ordering paragraphs now, would order RGV and Sombrero to respond to the staff's inquiry of July 19th by Monday, August 2nd, with verifying affidavits, because these are factual issues that need to be verified. Paragraph B, RGV and Sombrero would be ordered to file joint updates concerning both the water service and the progress of the transfer on the same day. It could be part of the same report if they wanted to do that. These are joint reports. And on Monday, August 9th, so that's the 2 weeks that would intervene between now and what should be the closing on the transfer agreement on August 16th. Each update will include an explanation of what roles RJV and Sombrero are playing in the operation of the utility as of the date of the filing. So that's granting most of staff's recommendations with regard to reporting. Paragraph C, the transfer shall be fully executed and closed upon on or before Monday, August 16th. The only potential acceptable excuse for failure to do so would be an unexpected delay in receiving needed approvals from San Juan County and or the Office of the State Engineer. And I say unexpected delay there because it's not a surprise that they needed to get these permissions, and it seemed to be contemplated by the parties as part of the soft deadline of 60 days that they set themselves in their transfer agreement. So I don't know why this should go beyond that unless there's an unexpected delay. So this report that RJV and Sombrero would have had to file anyway, showing that the transfer had been closed, if it hasn't been closed by August 16th, that's the only if they can show an unexpected delay in either of those two permitting processes or approval processes, will that be forgiven? And then could that be forgiven by the commission? They'll have to provide a detailed explanation of that. Paragraph D, staff, this is something that was already in the stipulation. Staff will be reviewing the responses provided by, or the report that's provided by the parties with regard to the closing or non-closing of the transfer as of August 16th. And will provide its own evaluation of whether the transfer has occurred, and if it hasn't, whether the excuse is an acceptable one in staff's view. And then paragraph E would place RJV on notice that failure to comply with any of the requirements of the order may result in imposition of penalties pursuant to specific sections of the Public Utility Act. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Mr. Chairman. Hello.
You're on mute, Steve.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the order presented by our General Counsel's office.
Second.
Commissioner Hall, did you have a comment?
Oh, I was going to second, but that's fine.
Oh, okay. Any commissioner discussion? Okay, Mike, please call the roll.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
To quote a former commissioner, aye, aye, aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioners, the order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, And now we are on to communications with the Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Great to see you.
Good to see you too. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. A couple of quick updates in keeping with the long day that you've already had. We substantially completed the move into the Bochum building yesterday. I think where we're going to go from here is to let things settle a little bit, and in a few months, if we decide that we are missing a few items or need to take a few items back to storage, we can do so. But I think we've all just had about enough of moving furniture around the building, and I think we have sufficient furniture in order to be able for people to be able to do their jobs when the building opens. We'll be doing a cleaning of the building this weekend. As you can imagine, with any move, things get banged up and dirty and dragged across floors. So there'll be a cleaning of the building this weekend. Next week, we'll use to kind of move some boxes around in preparation for the floors being refurbished the following weekend. We still have some furniture on order. The supply chain issues that you were talking about earlier today with PNM have affected a lot of things. We've got some desks and chairs that are in order that haven't been delivered yet. We're also going to have to purchase a couple of new conference room tables because the tables that we have don't fit up the stairways into the second and third floors, but we have those on order, and of course, as soon as they come in, we'll get them put in. And then, so the week of, I think it's August 9th, on Monday, they'll start that floor refurbishing. That'll take the entire week for that to happen. And our hope is still that we can open to the public on Monday, August 16th, and that if it's the wish of the commission, that you can hold your August 18th meeting in the commissioner's hearing room in the building. So we'll let you know if anything changes with that, obviously, but we are getting incrementally closer and closer to being able to hopefully open the building to staff and to the public. Of course, that's contingent upon what happens with the COVID-19 situation in the state. But assuming that doesn't change drastically, our plan is still to have the building open on August 16th. I think you probably know that Renata Perry-Galone, our new ASD director, started on Monday. As is typical of her, I've known Renata now for, it's hard to believe, but almost 16, 17 years. So I know her quite well. She's jumped in with both feet, working to make sure that we have a clear roadmap for this fiscal year budget, what we have available, where we may be short, but also starting to get a handle on what our needs will be for the next fiscal year and building a roadmap to put together our FY23 appropriation request. I'm hoping, Mr. Chairman, that we'll have more to report on that at your meeting next week, but did want to let you know that Renata has started with us and I think is off to a good start. And with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions that you or other commissioners have.
Commissioners.
Chief of Staff, this is Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Can we hear from Renata?
Mr. Chairman, she and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I'm not sure if she was on. She had a budget meeting with Annette today, so I kind of excused her from being at today's meeting if her meeting with Annette was still ongoing. Renata, did you join in? If not,
well, you let her know. Well, you let her know that we welcome her to our organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I will certainly do that.
And perhaps she can introduce herself next week.
Absolutely.
Okay, terrific. Other commissioners, other comments?
Just
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would thank Wayne for his diligent work on getting the building in order. Thanks very much. And thanks to everybody who contributed. Everybody's been working on that, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Kudos.
Communications with general counsel.
Mr. Commissioner, well, Miguel and I moved a bunch of chairs yesterday, so I got a workout. But you know where to find me if there's questions. I don't have anything after this long day other than that. So I will pass.
Okay. Communication with commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
I just have a few things. Senator Heinrich's office requested updates on the community solar rulemaking. And I went ahead and sent an update on PRC letterhead. And Jonas, if you're listening in, please, if you haven't already, distribute to all the commission. I think they requested a monthly, update on community solar. So it's our intent to continue providing these monthly updates. And then I just wanted to mention, some of us are back from the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners Policy Summit in Denver. And it was a great course. It was the first in-person meeting by NARUC in quite a while, as I understand, but it was my first policy conference, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I met a lot of my colleagues from across the country. But I just wanted to end by saying that we are actually going to host the Current Issues 2021 conference here in Santa Fe. And that is, it's a NARUC, New Mexico State Center for Public Utilities effort, specifically the Advisory Council for the Center for Public Utilities. And all of us as commissioners are Advisory Council members. And so I urge my colleagues to try and attend and welcome our colleagues that come in from across the country to participate in that Issues Conference 2021. It's going to be on August 29th through September 1st, and it'll be held at the El Dorado Hotel. Early registration discount expires on August 13th. And I'll make sure and send this information. I have a paper brochure, but I'll see if I can get my hands on the digital brochure so all the commissioners can have it and register if they so choose to attend. But we're trying to get perhaps the Speaker of the House or the Majority Leader to also welcome everyone, because one of the issues that we identified was the huge disconnect between state legislatures and the regulatory bodies across the country. And I think that we just need to continue working at building bridges and ensure that legislators understand what we do. Because I think we know what they do, but I'm not sure they know what we do. And so we don't have too much sway in terms of the program. It's already set. But we did, Commissioner Hall and I approached Jeanette Walter, who's kind of coordinating the effort with CPU, with New Mexico State, to see if we can't get maybe a legislator to welcome everyone on the opening day. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Well, we know what we do. We serve the public. What is it that they do? No, never mind.
Mr. Chair.
That was just a joke, legislature. Don't take that seriously. Commissioner Hall.
So I'm glad Commissioner Myers just brought that up. It seems so long ago. I think it was just a week ago, but the NARUC meeting was very interesting. And in particular, there were a lot of conversations and at least one meeting with an organization in Colorado around the subject of resource adequacy in the West, especially during the summertime where, it's fraught because numerous Western states have serious wildfires. We just heard this morning, what our discussions were corroborated by what we heard this morning from PNM, which is that there's just no more spare electricity in the West, or very, very little. So there was quite a bit of talk about how to create an organized market in the West, separate from the California ISO. And I don't know if anybody noticed in their email this morning, but there is also an announcement that we all, I believe, received from Southwest Power Pool about how they're extending their board has voted to have them go forward with plans to extend RTO services in the West as well. So there's a lot of activity around the issue of trying to provide both a more active trading market, but certainly in the short term, some sort of structure so that we can address the resource adequacy issue more ably than we've been able to in the short term here, where forest fires have really created a major problem for and extreme weather in general, I suppose, but particularly in the summertime, forest fires have created a real problem for resource adequacy. So that's an ongoing conversation, and there are, like I say, different efforts going on. So I'd be glad to keep you posted.
Terrific. I'm sorry, did I just hear Commissioner Byrd? Maybe not.
No.
Okay, I just wanted a quick update that the commissioners that we've got an agenda for the second IRP / procurement, I'll call it, rulemaking workshop. And that's going to happen. Cynthia, do you recall the date? I'm drawing a blank now.
Oh, I'll look it up right now. It's coming next week, I think.
Yeah, it's coming real soon.
I think it's let's see. Let me see here.
It's on Monday, August 2nd.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Isaac.
So Monday next week.
And what time does it start? 9 o'clock? Isaac?
It starts at 9:30 is the scheduled start time.
Great.
And I haven't seen the final agenda yet, but I do know that we're anticipating breakouts and further work groups in particular subset areas of the rulemaking, so that we are really making sure that particularly where there are controversial issues, that this is all getting thoroughly vetted. We don't want to run into obstacles like we've been trying to overcome with the Facebook project, where things have gotten rushed, and then we, hurry up and wait because we can't quite figure out what we've done. So anyway, just to give everybody an update that that's what's happening. And Commissioner Hall, please add anything that you'd like there, because you're really the spearhead on this.
Well, I would say that we have tremendous interest in it, and there's been really excellent participation. And I just want to express my gratitude to people who have hung in there with us on this rulemaking, on this series of workshops, that is. While we're talking about workshops, I also want to express my gratitude to people who are participating in our interconnection workshops. I continue to get email from individuals who are very frustrated about not being able to interconnect. And to me, it's probably, it's the problem that underpins a number of other rulemakings that we are charged with completing, including the community solar one. So that process is going on as well. And I suppose I should ask Isaac when the next meeting is. I know it's coming up soon as well. But you know,
It is
these
tomorrow.
workshops. It's tomorrow. Okay, interconnection is tomorrow. Great. All right. So we certainly welcome the public's viewing of that. They can see it on YouTube. The working groups have been pretty much identified and are at work, but their activity can be viewed on YouTube. You know, I would like the public to be aware that this place is like a beehive. We have so much work going on, and we're getting significant participation from members of the public. And it's just very gratifying to see people step up and help us, basically, because we really need their involvement so we can establish rules that will work for everyone. So.
Okay. And on that interconnection rule, boy, that does get pretty technical, the kinds of things that they're talking about.
Very
And
much so.
I would think it would be an engineer's paradise. So we're assigning Commissioner Maestas and Commissioner Byrd to bird dog that for us. And don't say no, guys, just keep your mouth shut. Any other commissioner comments? Okay, terrific meeting, guys. And we are adjourned. And Commissioner Hall, give me a call because a couple items I need to just check in on with you.
Sure will.
Okay.
Good job, everybody.
Bye.